Hello, Luis. Can't miss the Mojo game from the beginning. That's true. That is true. I do play it every time that I play the game, actually. Wanari, is it snowy where you are too? It's hella snowy today. Like, it's windy as fuck and it's snowing. It was impossible for me to take a walk with the dog without getting snow directly into my face. At high power. Don't see any snow, holy shit. But yeah, you're also on the other side of the country, aren't you? Yeah, it's really snowy here. I can probably even show it on the cam. I feel like it probably picks it up. Even though my cam is kind of rough. Let's see. Yeah. It was very small on my end, but can you see it? It's usually pretty bad at picking up like rain and stuff, but yeah, it's pretty heavy at the moment. It was nice though. Can't say I mind it. As long as there isn't snow lasting on the ground for a long time, I'm generally fine with it. Snow is nice and cozy. But I don't like having to skate around. Once it becomes dangerous to go outside because it's fucking just sliding everywhere, then yeah, it's not as fun. Suppose I'll just continue this. I don't know how long the queue is gonna be. I forgot if I saw all this. I don't think I did. I think it's probably about here that I saw. I keep forgetting Lancelot as a character in the game. I played him so little. And it was only at the very end of Smite 1 that I actually played him a little bit. Because he wasn't really that good for the majority of the time I played Smite 1 during Season 11. But then he was buffed towards the end a little bit, and then people started playing him in both jungle and solo. He does seem cool, but he's also just like a very high mobility character, so. But I do think his kit is pretty cool. A good one is definitely very hard to deal with. It almost has that Susano effect where if they know how to play it, it's going to be incredibly hard to catch. And if he gets fed, he's so hard to deal with. I did have my internet go out on me last night. I hope that was just my providers restarting it. Hopefully that won't happen during this. At least the internet itself is fine. But please, don't fuck me again. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with my internet right now. It is perfect. We'll see how it goes then. Did I see that right? Did my queue just reset? Wait a fucking minute. No, it didn't. Okay, I was like, what the fuck just happened? I couldn't see. I couldn't see the. I could only see the top of the 9. It looked like it went back to 0. Guess my taskbar is in the way. Fucking hell, bro. It's gonna be a cursed queue, isn't it? Is anyone even playing this early? Maybe going solo in this game is a disaster. If I get team diffed. Which year was the games you're playing, watching at the moment? I don't know exact year, but this is from a year ago. You know, which is probably not exactly like a year ago, like a year and a half to almost 2 years ago. This one, because I played Smite season 11. This is the championship for season 10. And that wasn't like they stopped in season 11 since like, I'm guessing because Smite 2 was about to come out. I miss Raijin, yeah, me too. I want to play him solo. There's a lot of characters that I miss that I really just want to play in solo. Even more so, I would say in Smite 2, because now, because the waves are easier to kill in Smite 2, it makes a lot of characters actually playable in solo that were not playable before. So there are definitely some characters that I'm really willing to try in solo now. Granted, this still might not be as good as, you know, like the top of like Bellonas and the Osirises, but still, just making them playable in solo will be much more fun for just playing it in ranked. All right, let's see what's happening over here first before I continue. I do want to see if I can get dodgy. I guess if that's the case, maybe I ban the ascent. I just banned. Fuck.
Select your god.
I don't know, man. Even in a lower elo game, maybe I just actually pick something super try hard because I need to be able to carry the game. Yeah, whatever. I'll pick something that's try hard. They banned the things I wanted to play anyway. I wanted to play either Aladdin or I wanted to play Dodgy, and they're both banned. So. He'll get an ADC aspect with his jumping. Yeah, he definitely might. I could see both though. The thing is, Raijin has also been a solo laner for a little while, so they could easily give him a frontline aspect as well because he's got a pretty good initiation ultimate. He has got a pretty good control with it. Not to mention his dash has a what is it like? It's a very small stun on it. I actually think they will lean more into a frontline aspect than an ADC aspect, but we'll see. Yeah, his 2 could become almost like a heal or like a buff to allies in some way. I think if that happens, he's probably not going to be better in solo though. It's kind of the same thing with how I view Asset at the moment. Like the Asset aspect is obviously really good for a frontliner, but I think unless I'm playing competitive, obviously, where I know my team will be super useful, I just don't think aspect is better in solo because you're losing the scaling on her damaging abilities, which sucks for solo lane. I think you need to be able to do damage as a solo laner right now. Or should make his one as slow with the tank aspect. I could see that. I don't think that'd be too bad, depending on how they did it. It just can't be a heavy slow. I'm just excited for Raijin in general. He's so fun. And I really started to like Raijin as well as Morgan Le Fay solo in the end of season 11. But then they removed Morgan for being bugged, and she never returned. In ranked specifically. Agility relic.
A delightful trinket.
What am I against? Cap aspect. I think I can start aggressively. He's not very strong really, so. The Hajiman. Yeah, Hajiman will be a menace for sure. He's just such a good all-rounded ADC. I just cannot imagine him being bad. He has to have terrible, terrible numbers to be bad. He just has everything. Outside of a jump, I suppose. He's still got a walled off, but that's pretty much it. I mean, my obvious pick, if I really want something, you know, sooner rather than later, is obviously Vamana, but I don't know if there's anything after that that immediately takes a priority for me. There's obviously characters I want to play, but I just want Vamana. That's pretty much it.
I have returned.
Man, why the cab aspect? My lane's probably gonna be pretty boring.
Minions have spawned.
Show yourself. Not that I think he would invade, but still.
Very good, very good.
What a character. You see how I outplayed him just by left clicking? That's crazy. Yormless discards the lane against Tears. It's even worse because they added a relic when Ori. A new relic. You see the thing that is in the middle, like the feather? That relic makes you move a little faster while auto attacking someone, or you get less penalty for auto attacking someone. So it should slow me more, but it's not. On top of that, you also gain a little jump like this, so you can just stay closer even more. And it very much benefits a character like Yorm right now, who's already very powerful previous to this match. I'm surprised he's trying to fight back. He just doesn't, like, cap aspect is really good once you have a few items, but that thing does not do any damage early on. He has almost like no base damage. A for effort though, he did have Sunder, so it's not like there wasn't good potential.
Until the next bloodbath.
Your left tower is under attack.
Oh, that's too bad. Attack the minions.
Your left tower. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I think the scariest thing for me though is that they have a Merc. Merc is not a good matchup for me. And the Yorm, I am still just a big
Please,
target. So I do have to rely on getting fed. What am I buying actually? I think I just still should go Ensign. It's too strong.
Please, man.
The rain shall wash them away. Oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Your left tower is under attack.
Dude, that stealth also just lasts for so long. It's like a full-on Morgan 3, but you don't need to level it up, you know? Fucking hell.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
At least I got the Sunder, I suppose. All good respects. It's disgusting, yes. I'm so happy that this relic was added to ranked, because it's so fair.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Bro, is my jungle AFK now? That'd be great. It's about what I would expect from these low queues, I guess.
Ally has been slain.
It's just back. They might just be invading my shit. Oh. Yeah, this does suck though. Loki's just AFK.
the Gold Fury.
Oh, his last hit slowed me. Fuck. That's tragic. Couldn't get in range for my exile. He's an old sub again.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Took a shot. Oh, come back. Oh, the slow, dude. Yeah, there it is.
Be careful of that thing. Not bad for a sword for that.
That's tragic.
Defeat.
I was so fed, I never got a chance to show it off. Let's just report. I do think it's just a bad, like, it's just not designed for high level play. I just hate that their reasoning for putting it into ranked is that the casuals thinks it's fine and the game is more fun with it. I don't give a single fuck. That's not how you should think about it in ranked, man. If you want to keep it in casuals, you do that. Sure, have fun, do your thing. Why is this thing in high level play? Why is this in the competitive game mode when it's so unbalanced? That's the part that doesn't make sense to me. The fact that they just kept it in casuals, sure, I mean, it made casuals worse for me because I still just think it's so badly designed. But at least it was out of the way for the people that, you know, were playing the game at a high level, who was usually just sitting in ranked at like a higher level. But now that it's here, it breaks the game on some characters completely. I just think it makes the game more unfun for no reason. Some characters can't even use it because they have to go beast or rages. But some characters, just let's say on her, can generally just still go for this item and then have a gigantic advantage just because he has CC immune built into his kit. Look at someone like Yorm as well for the same reason, and he also just has the unmissable autos, you know. I don't really want to rant about it too much. I've said my piece on it generally, but I truly hate that they've made this, and in my opinion, it's only made the game worse. This makes me not want to play the game when this relic is here. I enjoy the game, but they do keep making it worse at a higher level, and that will probably eventually just catch up to the point where I don't find it that fun anymore. So we'll see. It sucks because I think the rest of the patch is really good. I always think solo is the most boring when it's just Osiris versus Bellona. It's so boring to watch. It's so boring to play. I hate it. But so many metas have been that way. Oof. Good CC chain. It feels bad if you get knocked back into a Ganesh ult from an on her jump of all things. Really good counter gank though. Huge. That just come up as well. Why the hell do I see ultimates at this point? No, it is just up. Interesting. He waited a long time to use it then. Oh, he ran out of mana. Oh. He's waiting for mana. There it is, okay. Most fun solo meta I remember is Season 8 with KA Kakulan as top solo power picks. I still think that's somewhat on the boring side too. But maybe it's just... I don't know, maybe it's just because I don't like seeing the same matchups all the time. That could just be the simple truth. Hello, Saba.
Select your god.
Someone made sure to ban the Yorm this time. Man, all the fun characters are out. Maybe I just do some Cabrakan aspect then. Sure, why not? I want to play something that still has an impact later on. And I don't feel like playing Bellona. I just never been a Bellona player. Heck no. Do you think Smash will be big? It's a good question. Like, I don't think it's impossible for it to at least rise in popularity a little bit once the game actually releases. But I think a lot of that will depend on the marketing team. And I've said my words on how I think the marketing team has been in the past, in general, which is not good. So I think the chances are low, but I don't think it's impossible. I think that Amano would be strong in this meta in Smite 2. Currently, probably. There are some decent items for him. I think he would be playable. How good he would be is hard to say. That all depends on how good his numbers are. But just assuming that he has like good numbers, then yeah, I mean, I think he would be. There's some pretty good items for a Vamana player right now, or for a character like Vamana. The main problem for him is that characters like Osiris and Bologna are generally just slightly better, or a lot better, at what he already does. But yeah, that's about it. I mean, if Osiris and Bologna are out, then I think Vamana could be a good pick. Oh, the dash into tower, that's rough. Okay, what do I have? Probably gonna need beads. In this case.
What more could I possibly need?
I feel like League is falling off low-key, and I hope that because Smite 2 is modernizing, it might get a good chunk of their player base. I think it's not just the fact that League is falling off, it's the fact that MOBAs are falling off. And this genre as a whole is just very hard to get into. Like, why would you choose a MOBA over just Fortnite as a kid, you know, a teenager? Like, why are you choosing any of that? Why aren't you not just playing like Roblox or fucking Minecraft or, you know, whatever the fuck, right? Something way more simple and easier to get into. And I would also highly doubt that if you quit League that you're going to like a lower MOBA. I feel like if you're quitting League, you're either looking for something new or you're just not interested in MOBAs anymore. But who knows? Maybe some people will try. I wouldn't be surprised.
Minions have spawned.
Window, my reasoning is very similar to yours. I was never into League because I'm not a huge fan of asymmetrical camera. And so I started playing... I always played WoW, really. Like, I was a big, huge like World of Warcraft player during my time. With games as a kid. I did this way too early, fuck. And so Smite was just easier to get into in terms of MOBAs. Because I had played so much WoW, and it was, you know, camera-wise, at least at the time, very similar to what I already knew. Granted, I will say that they're obviously not very similar in terms of anything else but the camera view. And how you play the character, but... To me, it's weird clicking around with a character. I liked Diablo when I was a kid, but I don't like it anymore. I just don't like clicking around. If League, as I understand, they're already making it, but if they make, and it's actually good, a WASD, like, controlling scheme, I will 1000% start playing League. I can already tell you now. At least if Smite isn't going as well as this. Because it is starting to wear me just a little bit how rough the balancing in Smite 2 is. Fuck, why didn't I beat so late? I should have just pre-beatsed and chased them. That was just stupid. Oh, is this... Oh. It is Aspect Wukong with a bird now. Interesting. I'll take it, I guess. Aspect Wukong, but with strength builds? Anyway, I kind of lost my thought process in that fight, but I'm sure you guys understand what I'm trying to say.
That truly tests our skill.
Yeah, still in testing.
A fight that
I'm looking forward to it.
tests
I
our
still play
skill.
teamfight tactics here and there, so I still like playing like ride games. Riot do be making good games. Wait, my jungle is level 3? How?
Rama, please stop AFKing. Rama, please, you fucking retard.
Ah, man. How is it so far behind? I don't understand.
Your middle tower.
This is gonna be real rough. Because that is definitely the thing. If I can just get sit on by my jungler, or the enemy jungler, then I'm super good at this game. I cannot deal with Merc.
Good game, good game. I know, best friend. Attack left lane.
Also, I don't know, this is the same guy, the same support from before, and he just can't stop bitching about his duo partner.
Your left tower is under attack.
I don't know how the Marvel scene is doing. I don't know how big it is, but like it's still... I still see like news about it all the time. I would imagine it's still doing pretty good. Seems that way from the outside at least.
Your left tower is under attack.
Okay, Merc isn't left. I'll stay for another wave then.
Trying to chase me down.
I might be able to carry this if I get big enough, but... let's see. I think I'll just go full damage. Hello, Nectura.
Ultimate is ready.
Yeah, I play some TFT, and I don't know what box boot camp is. It's very minor. Like I just play it when I have nothing else to really do. It's just one of those games where I can just kind of turn my brain off a little bit and focus on something. Like it's small, just fun.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Quiet, please.
Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy spotted. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Go away, fucking decoys. Okay, he is running.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack.
Valiant deed, my friend.
I mean, what is even happening in these games? The fuck,
He's
man?
here, he's here. Oh, come on, fucking Merc, Hermbats. Hit one spell.
I know, best friend. I know, best friend.
Your middle tower is under attack.
There's no reason to fight that.
Cancel that. A valiant deed, enemy spotted.
Hello, Hansen. Good matches ahead? Thanks, man. I hope that's the case later on once people actually start joining the queues, because right now it's hell. Last game my team surrendered when I was 4-0. Because my Loki went AFK. So he got salty. This game, who knows? Could be the same. Close.
Snuck away.
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
I tried to juke the other way to hope that he was gonna turn back to me when I went stealth, but
Your middle tower is under attack.
what can you do?
Your middle tower is under attack.
Sharp and lethal. The way I like it.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Ally has been slain.
Bye. Enemy spotted. Hi. A valiant deed, my friend.
Your left tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived.
I fully get if my team surrenders this, but I'm not gonna press it. If my team is gonna surrender like this every single game, then I'm at least gonna try and play it out.
In left lane. Deed, my friend. Rocket around the wind. Save me a cookie.
Your left tower is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your left
Valiant
tower
deed, my
has
friend.
been destroyed.
Woo! Confetti moment.
Attack right lane.
No, don't surrender. I want to play it out. Yes. Don't surrender. I want to see where this goes. I'm pretty sure I know where this goes, but...
Bye. Good luck.
Actually, I just realized this Rama was the dude that went AFK last game as well.
Thanks. Good luck.
Your right tower is under attack.
Well done. Oh no, the Anubis is here now. You know, I can go mid then. Maybe this is a W.
Enemies at the fire giant. Woo! Confetti moment.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your right tower is under attack.
I think the biggest reason why I won't be able to carry this is because they have a competent Baron. Like, Winter is good, and he won't just let me do whatever I want. He will just sit on me. And they have a comp that can blow my beat so easily. So, I think that makes it pretty cooked. No, my cooldowns. Dude, I hate that he makes noise when he fucking clashes his fucking shields back together, because I'm supposed to be in stealth, man. We can easily hear his fucking... Also, I just got fucking aim-botted. By his fucking decoy. What the fuck?
Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Be careful there.
Your left tower has been destroyed.
Please.
Alright, I'll probably just surrender this. Okay, never mind. I didn't even vote this time.
Gang right lane.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel.
Why?
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Why is she doing my waves? Why would my support do that?
Enemies at the fire giant.
That's too bad.
I'll take it, I guess.
Attack left tower. Enemies in middle lane.
Quiet.
Whoa, everything tingles.
Why did I do that? Now they won't surrender next time. Not that I think they would anyway, I guess.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyromancer.
And realistically, is it even worth it if I'm not the one getting fire as well? Probably not.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed. Yes. Your team has destroyed a left. Your left phoenix is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left enemy. Your right tower is under attack. Your left phoenix is under attack. Your right tower is destroyed. Your left phoenix has been destroyed. Your titan is under attack. Your right phoenix is under
There's a shutdown actually, I didn't realize. Just auto attack him, bro, if you're dying anyway. For the love of fuck. What do I go with here? This would be time for some pen. Get him. No hole. Get him. 1, 2. Yeah. Dude, wait. Why the fuck is the 2 was so huge? Why is that shot so gigantic? Do you want me to snipe? I mean, if you want to, man. You're opening the doors to hell. That's up to you. Like, these queues are really bad.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
I got him. I'll take it. I didn't have fire anyway.
Be careful, middle.
The pyro.
And I suppose we're getting a tier 2 for it too.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I mean, at this point, this game isn't unwinnable. Unironically.
Chaos second.
It's a good pillar. Bit unfortunate. Forget Mercury, that's pretty
Please.
big.
Why? Anubis, why are you just looking?
Chaos second. Joy first. Chaos second. Yes.
It's time. Free your souls to the
Boy.
Your middle phoenix. Your right phoenix is under attack. Your right phoenix is
Move, team! Holy shit. It's being body blocked. We did keep the Phoenix alive. We'll see for how long though. I imagine that Merc is probably just soloing fire with on her or something.
team has destroyed the pyramid. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
And there it goes.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
No steal this time. Now we're cooked. They definitely look winnable until now. The thing is, though, they can't infinitely scale anymore, so if we can just stay alive till the point where we're both full build, then we're actually even again. There is that.
Gank right lane. Gank left lane. Joy first, chaos second. Gank. Woo, everything tingles.
Well, I mean, the idea itself wasn't bad, but now they're just so out of position.
No. You jingle genius.
Beats honor.
Your left phoenix is under attack. Your team has destroyed a middle in a... Your left phoenix has been destroyed.
Don't do it! Oh no, it was perfect! No! Damn you, Chain Lightning! Oh, I tried. I tried so hard to win this game. But my team did not deserve it, so
Defeat.
it is what it is. Rama got mid Phoenix, yeah. W. Do I even want to queue? Like, I want to skip a queue. I really do. But is it gonna change anything? Because the queue is still dead? Probably not. We'll see. Can you duel with someone? It wouldn't be impossible, but I mean, Nika is on now. Hopefully he can hop in the queue, or maybe some other people will queue as a result of it too. It's usually around this time that the queue gets better. Holy shit, it's still snowing. Guys, it's snowing so hard here. Is it snowing anywhere for you guys? I'm gonna show it again. I showed it in the beginning of the stream. There's snow on the roofs now. Like, it just kind of hits the ground and instantly turns to mush, but still. It is snowing quite heavily today. It's nice. It's very cozy. My Q popped? Yeah, no worries, man. Maybe you took some of my devils with you. I hope you did. Can this queue wait till my update? Probably. My two queues have been what, 6 minutes and 10 minutes or something? I'm sure it'll be fine. Wait 5 minutes so we can snipe. Well, alright. I mean, if you guys are all sitting there downloading the patch, sure. I will just wait a few minutes. I would much rather just wait. Fucking losers, man. They banned my Dodgy. I mean, she's always banned, man. I've been trying to get her for fucking 2 days now. People aren't letting her through. I want to play it solo. I haven't gotten it a single fucking time. I had to play casuals last night just to fucking play her a little bit. I'm 3.5? I don't think it matters. People just ban it because it's new. Sylvanas was also just permabanned, and Sylvanas is not like a top pick necessarily. I think he's good, but I don't think he's ban worthy compared to so much other shit. But he was also just permabanned for the first few days. You in queue? No. No, I'm not. I'm waiting a few minutes. Maybe this is enough. I'll pop myself in queue here, boys. Oh, you got 3-minute deserted. Okay, I'll just wait those. Wait, why do you guys have deserter? I just don't want to have the same. How much SR have I just lost? I need to check. I was very close to deity. Once again, I've lost like 100, so I mean it's not horrible. It's like 110 actually. But lobby bugged, so roles were all filled. Had to choose roles ourselves. What the fuck? That sounds very annoying. Just let me know when you're out then, because then I will just queue. Which guy you look forward to being added? Vamano. There's obviously many others, but the first priority is Vamano. He's just my go-to character. He never really had any like terrible matchups. You could just kind of just play him into anything. It was nice to have a character like that. Okay, queue now. Gotcha. I'm in the queue then. On 70%. Maybe you'll still make it. I still doubt it's gonna be like a full lobby of like demigod plus level players. So I imagine the queue still needs some time to think. Look at this, no one's taking any damage. I think I would be okay if. Holy shit! Wait. That is so much damage. Damn. That's like my 2 levels of damage. But yeah, as I was saying, I think I'm fine with the queues being rough, because that's normal, right? But I just don't. I want my whole team to be like that, which has been the case for 2 games now. Because then it doesn't matter. I literally both games solo killed my opponent like 3 to 5 times. That's so many solo kills. That lane is completely under my control, and still my team just literally isn't winning anywhere else in any shape or form. So yeah, my Q popped. Well, I guess if you want to get into these queues, you gotta win a bit, you know. Slam some Yorm in solo. Literally anyone can do that right now, because all you need to do is press left click. You have Eminem on my team, nice man. Or on your team, it's a W. Knowing how they do things in Smite 2 these days, they probably will remove some of the RNG aspects to Baba Yaga. At this point, they'll make you choose the potion somehow in her ability, which I don't necessarily think is a bad idea, because on high levels it's always a bit weird when things are RNG. Good little buff steal. That is open, enemy team first pick. Rough. Are you jungle main, Nectura? Eminem ADC when you arm W. Honestly, it's probably good. I wouldn't even be surprised. You're mid main? Gotcha. So you want to play dodgy mid? Rama troll last game and you had double rage quit before that. Didn't deserve that at all. It happens. Like, it happens. It still feels bad, but obviously I'm not gonna sit and be too annoyed about it. Doesn't really matter to me that much. SR is fake in Smite 2 anyway, with the current state of the game. Alright, what do we got? I don't feel like playing Yorm myself, so I'm just gonna ban it. No, Tachi, man. I'll play that. Stop banning the Tachi. I just want to play it. Just once, please. Just once. It's probably not even good in solo, or that good anyway, in solo anyway. Surely it wouldn't hurt that much. And I'm also not a Tachi player. I just want to play the new shit. Oh, oh. Good peeling. Huge. Blink bots. Good ages in time. Before I made a main jungle for years. Just want to play something different to try and enjoy the game. Fair enough. Whoa. Dude, I'm such a Smite 2 brain now. I'm expecting bots 2 to stun. I'm expecting Sobek's ult to execute. Like I just that's just my brain now. That's how it functions. Yeah, I think she's very good in jungle, like Daji. But I don't know. Don't know how good she's really going to be in solo. She doesn't seem bad, at least from what I played in casuals. Like just to get the feel for her in lane, it didn't feel bad. That's a huge on her pillar actually. He still died, but that was a big on her pillar to block the autos.
Tokens and tinctures to add to my collection.
To add to my collection. I'm against Mordred, yeah, so I mean, it's probably going to be a very, very, well, not fun lane. Ecrom looks a bit like Reels. Actually, yeah, is that even... When did Reels actually quit? Wait, I need to check now. It's not showing.
Minions have spawned.
I do think I'm excited for almost every character that comes out, in a way that... Because aspects are a thing, and +1s and all that stuff, some characters that may not be good in one role can end up being good in a different role. Or in a new role in some fashion. Just because of the changes to characters, so I think that's really cool. Like, I never expected to play Hades as much as I did in Smite 2, but Hades quite literally became one of my favorite characters in this game, because of how he functions with the ult. Granted, very OP for the biggest majority of this lifetime of this game. Until the healing removal, which also just nerfed his healing to shit, but... Like, Hades is so much more fun to play with the ult change. I just have to give this up. Ain't no other choice. Yeah, it's been a while since we had a new Smite 2 god, but... They obviously had things planned as well, it's just... Oh, I imagine the layouts kind of got in the way of all that. Why is he waiting so long? Just go in, man.
What the fuck?
Okay.
I think I could have just gone in when I used my jump on him. I pushed him to you.
You bitch still not.
To me.
I feel like that should have been a free gank, to be honest, but whatever.
Recall!
Delicious.
I'm on my way!
Oh wait, you can play still. Send that buff. Okay.
To me, Genie!
This just kind of really sucks overall for me, because we're also losing rocks now as a result of a gank not going too well, and obviously their jungle is just already had 2 successful ganks, also
Recall!
adding to the situation.
That's good in your blue, watch out.
To me!
Fuck, an 8 tick is fucked up.
Shall we begin the night's work?
No blink on bats. I'm away.
Enemy missing
Go in,
middle.
go in, go in.
The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is under attack.
Like to see stats in the team that wins more rocks wins games. I don't think it's correlated. Not really. I think it makes a difference if you're doing it right. If you're stacking rocks on one person, yeah, absolutely. But if you're just like, a lot of the time, which is something I don't really like people like doing when we do rocks, is that we split the rocks. Like, just let one person get the rocks. If you want the rocks, take the rocks, or otherwise just give them to me. It's awkward because we just end up in the situation where the rocks are way too split, and it's such a small amount of stat. It barely even makes a difference if you're splitting it too much. Like, when I play with adapting as an example, I always give the rocks to him. Just stack on one person.
Your middle tower
Unless he isn't there, then I obviously take them, but...
No blitz on mid.
Your middle tower is under
I'll just have to
attack.
play this really slow and boring. He might just be soloing rocks for all I know.
Be careful, middle! Enemy missing right! To me! Be careful, middle! Enemy missing right chunk! Enemy spotted!
Your middle tower
He's
is
got
under
about
attack.
half a level on me.
Cover them, Genie!
No dash.
Attack!
Enemy missing right!
Enemy has been slain.
What a pull, man. I'm going.
Right!
The rain shall wash them away. Your right tower is
There we
under
go.
attack.
My team's gonna send some stuff back. That's all we need. Hold on.
Double kill. Enemy has been slain.
Enemies up! Be careful! Be careful! Cover them!
Okay, my friend.
This doesn't look very gankable. He caught my dash. That's so fucked up. That speeds.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Away one spell at a time.
I'm actually glad I got his beats. Because that's such a waste for him. I would have died anyway. There's no way I survived that. He just kills me in the lab as well. At least that means I got something out of that exchange. I forgot what I had in mind to build. I do wonder if Glad Shield is worth it. It's probably good. I think I want a cooldown too.
Complete. Be careful. Complete. Be right back. To me.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing right.
Careful on right, not missing on butts.
To me, Genie.
I can try and gank in the blue.
Enemy missing careful middle. Careful left. Enemy missing.
There's vision.
Your right tower is under attack.
It would be easier if there was a lane I could just rotate to and potentially gank, but every other lane is also losing, which really just puts it even more shit with our comp.
Ally has been slain. Oh, there is oh,
Your left tower is under attack. I sense your fear.
Keeping on left for sure, watch out.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Okay, that's random.
I'm going right, I'm
To
going.
me.
Your left tower is
Gold.
under attack. The enemy team has destroyed
I think we just surrender
the
this
Gold
one, boys.
Fury.
I don't see us winning this. They have better late game comp as well.
You're still Ala, no? I think you carry.
I'm full tank, man. I'm not gonna be able to carry this.
Oh, will be good. Maybe he'll carry. He's just talking and that's all.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
Behind butts.
oh, he's the wrong team. I am sorry.
Enemy spot. Gank. Gank. Into the last giveaway.
He actually stunned my fucking dash. That's so fucked. is. It's about what I expected when we said we were gonna go in there.
Your left tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Actually, yeah, yes, F6. It's okay.
Your left tower. Your middle tower is under attack.
What's your thoughts on reworked Sanguine? They reworked Sanguine.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer. Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know. I guess it's fine. I didn't even know. Like, it's still good. Because it still has the same passive. As long as you get that fucking ability with it, then I mean, it's gonna be a pretty good item. I mean, okay.
If you
I actually
stay
haven't
one more
tried
wave,
it.
I'm
Maybe
happy.
that's... I mean, that's probably still okay, I would imagine. But I would need to see it in action to really have an opinion on it. I played that last fight really badly as well. I missed fucking everything.
Okay, my friend. Ally has been slain. Fabuloso! Let's settle this!
We're still dying outside? Okay, bro. It's 3 of them on me in here. I guess we're still just gonna die outside. Just do that. Every lane lost, there's just no point. I guess I can't play Aladdin in games where I don't trust my team to not lose early, because if I play Aladdin solo, I will just lose my laning phase almost 100%. He's so bad during the laning phase that he'll just lose. Today is a bad day when it happens. I've been winning a lot recently. I was about it's gonna happen at some point. You're gonna lose. Like, these games are just boring as fuck. It doesn't help the fact that when you just like, you can't really play something for fun that often either, because you're meeting stun bots and Yamojos. So you can't really pick something that doesn't win lane in solo. I have to try hard, otherwise I don't win. That's something that makes it way less fun too. Like, people will just always pick the most broken shit they can find. Maybe Yem needs a few more nerfs. I mean, Yem stunbots, like, stunbots is still the worst thing they've ever created. Whoever thought it was a good idea to give him a stun on his biggest ability? Like, it's a frontal cone. Stun. And they never decided to remove it. No, it's not the worst thing they ever created. No, it's close. In terms of balance, I do think it's very high up there. I'm not so much thinking about like how broken something was. I'm thinking about how badly designed it is. Cap aspect design-wise, I could see it makes sense. It was just overtuned. But a stun on Hunbots' 2 makes no sense. That's such a weird design choice. It's kind of like the release Aladdin, in a way. Like, everything he had at his disposal is wild. It's just so unfair. I think it's a little more fair now, because he doesn't have like 2 abilities he can, like, buff, I guess. You only have 1 charge now, even though it's a lower cooldown. I'm trying to think. Like, what else is absolutely horrendously designed? I think the Vulcan aspect is another one that is just terribly designed. Because it's so broken in some parts, but then it's just completely useless in almost everything else. Because he's supposed to be a frontline, but he doesn't have any CC. And that doesn't really fit very well as a frontline. All he really is just an annoyance running around that is almost unkillable. And not in the fun way. He's just annoying as fuck. I don't really think it makes a whole lot of sense. We don't really talk about Sobek and Hercules aspects, because they don't exist. Like, Mercury currently, how he works with the Insta 3 also doesn't make sense. But once again, I mean, it's from a perspective. It's from a perspective of someone who plays at a high level, and that just is something they are not looking at. So they don't give a shit. Herc has an aspect. We don't talk about it. We don't talk about the Herc aspect. There is no Herc aspect. I'm not even sure what it does. I kind of forgot at this point. It has like this weird... It changes your 3 or something into something else. It almost doesn't even do anything in terms of an aspect. And on top of that, it's just worse than the base version. It has the same mindset as the Sobek like aspect, where it just changes an ability in a way, but not in the good way. So it just makes the character worse. But I do think it was from a different time where they were just kind of throwing out aspects to try and... Oh shit, I need to ban something, I forgot. Oh well. It was just kind of in a time where they're just throwing out aspects. So I don't think they really put that much thought into it, they just kind of threw it out to have something. That being said, I do think they will eventually just rework them. Like, I just don't think it's a priority right now. And I also don't think they should just force aspects on characters that don't need an aspect right now. If they don't have an idea for an aspect, they shouldn't just force it. I do think they should just keep it simple and just, if they have an idea for an aspect that could be cool, focus on that. Don't give Herc a new aspect now because you think he just needs one. That doesn't make sense. And I would imagine that's also just what they're doing.
Select your god.
Well, I'm mid now, so what the fuck do I play? I'm kind of feeling Zeus, but I don't want to play into Uller and on her. That seems not very fun. Kind of want to play a Kulkin game. No, I'll play Soul.
A wise choice you've made.
Aspects are hit or miss, to be honest. Kind of a single aspect where you could play both reliably. Where you can play both reliably. Let me try and think about that. Baron is probably the best option. I think both, like, Baron is equally good without and with the aspect. CERN is an okay one, yeah. Cabrakan is a good one right now. I think Mordred is also... The thing with Mordred is just it doesn't change him much, but you can do both. CERN is not playable without aspect, though. He is. He's not obviously a top ADC, but he's still fine. He's still an ADC. He definitely is playable. Like, the thing is, like, certain aspect isn't good either. Like, on if you talk about how good they are, both just CERN as a whole isn't really that good. They're about equal in strength. Like, CERN aspect is one of the easiest things to counter in the entire game, but it doesn't mean it's not fun. And they're very, very playable as well. Going non-aspect on Mordred sounds kind of troll to me, though. It gives you more protection. I don't think it's bad. I generally prefer having the aspect, but I think it's pretty far from being bad. He works the same way. Like your dash still resets. All that bullshit. Or goes through people. Like it's no longer the small knock-up. Which I kind of miss actually. I kind of like the small knock-up on the dash. Maybe they could do that. Like I do think they should give like base current aspect Mordred should be the base. Give him a new one. They've been like fucking around too much with how he should be as a character. Just make the aspect the base and make something fun for the aspect. Let's see. They do have a decent amount of CC. Is this a cap? It is aspect cap. That confirms it. I'm going Aegis. I'm going Aegis.
Sometimes it's the little things that make a great impact.
Aset is another good one, I think, as well, yeah. She is just really, really good. Like, she is incredibly good in solo. I generally go non-aspect for that, but I think you can do aspect as well. Obviously, she's very good in support with the aspect. And she is a mid laner that I think she's okay mid. I do think she's definitely worse as a mage than she is as a frontline. But I do think she is borderline broken in solo without the aspect. Her early game is so fucking strong. She has so much base damage on the one, she literally just one-shots the wave. That's such a powerful thing. Like, the enhanced auto helps for boxing. She's got so much CC to peel herself. Like, she's pretty hard to gank as a result of that. Overall, I think she's very solid in solo. I don't think I had a single bad, like, solo game with her.
The night.
I don't know why I used my 3 there, actually, on buff.
An enigma I become.
Be sure to grab some brew.
Enemies incoming left.
Jungle is in the left jungle.
That's not right.
Nice job.
Be careful.
Embrace my affection to the radiance.
Your left tower is under attack.
I'm definitely a bit behind in XP here.
Time to make an impact.
Maybe not, actually. He's not level 4 either, previous to this wave. Maybe all things are fine.
Your left tower is under attack.
Savor the moment. I become the midnight sun rises. Last breath. Enemy ultimate down.
That's tragic. I don't actually want this. I think I'll start with Polly.
Enemy spotted.
Your middle
Let's
tower
keep
is
this
under
going
attack.
on.
Time to make an impact. On my way.
I'm coming left.
Savor the moment.
Ally has been slain.
Be careful, retreat left lane. Sorry. Okay.
How unfortunate indeed.
Quiet.
Vanish into the night.
I just need my jungle to be around me. I don't know why he's always so far away.
Impact. Embrace my sanguine radiance.
Did I win? No. Very much not. Same situation. Just a huge team diff. Well, I suppose I didn't really perform in that game either. I won the Aladdin. I was against the Mordred.
Your right tower is under attack.
Time to make an impact. Be right back.
I'll get an early deso.
You move like a jaguar. Ooh,
Bro, what's even happening, man?
double kill.
Your left tower is under attack.
Absolutely
Enemy
cursed
team
today.
has destroyed the gold turret.
Ally has been slain.
The midnight sun rises. Blood. Embrace my sanguine night. I retreat.
Get him. Level 6 Baron.
sure to grab some brew.
The midnight sun rises.
When it rains, it pours.
Vanish into the night.
Should have pressed the fucking thing earlier for my team. That's on me.
An enigma I become. Fury. Enemy ultimate down.
Free your soul.
Your right tower is under attack.
Time to make an impact. My apologies. Enemy spotted.
They're 1 HP.
Vanish into the night.
Was never win. Your right tower is under attack. Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Savor the moment and breathe my sanguine radiance.
Oh, that's so fucked, man. I missed my 2. That's so
Is
bad.
under attack.
I'm so angry about that.
An enigma I become. Time to make an impact.
Good pillar.
Vanish into the night.
Fucking hell, man. I just want my jungler to play more around me. It's so easy for us to win these exchanges right now. I'm actually just shitting on them. But my jungler is fucking never around. He managed to pick up a kill there, which is fine, but I think that was just on the support when everyone else was still so low.
Time to make an impact. An enigma I become. Love, savor the moment. Vanish into the night. Time to make an impact. Out of mana. Be right back.
There we go.
A tempting tool for a dance of death.
And hello, Sycamore. So I've been focused on this game so far. Haven't been reading chat too much.
Ultimate is ready.
On my way.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Enemy spotted. Your left tower.
The party's different.
Last breath.
That really sucks. Of course, his ult was just came up. Roller, no jump.
Your right tower is under attack.
That's just unfortunate.
Vanish into the night.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Savor the moment.
Enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
I can't really fully blame my banner for that. I'm pretty sure her ult literally just came up, otherwise she would have used it before.
Even the mighty will succumb to the night. Everything must die in the end. Even the mighty will succumb to the night.
I also don't think I had my ult either, so...
Enemy spotted.
Be careful, left. Enemy missing.
Enemy missing middle. Enemy missing middle.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
To move with impact, yet I still press on. Savor the moment.
Your left tower is under attack. Free your soul.
Okay, I mean, surely... Okay, I guess with there's too many people here. They just jumped, bro. They're literally just jumping at us. That's so tragic. Yeah, whatever.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Vanish into the night.
No TP for me. I do think we should win this late. Like,
Enemy spotted.
what I am so confused about is how Honor can jump me when we have an Felix, who had her ult. He probably just didn't see it, so...
Your middle tower is under attack. Your
But still.
right tower is under attack.
Doesn't make it feel any better.
And in this I become.
Ultimate is down.
Very strong.
Some huge kills for me, though.
The midnight sun rises.
Your left tower is under attack.
Vanish into the night. And darkness takes all great potential. Time to make an impact. An enigma I become. The moment. Not the midnight sun rises.
Try to ages, man!
Dusk.
Fuck! I just need someone to peel for me. I played that kind of bad.
Retreat.
I was trying to juke the axe rather than just aegising it, and if I aegis it, I might survive it because my team shows up. All that stupid shit. Hello, Cryonic. How's my dates? I'm in a good mood, but the game really is testing me today. I haven't won a single game in my 4 games.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold.
And the rain shall wash them away.
And it's not like it was like fun, close games that were just like hard fought. But unfortunate that we lost. No, it's just pure stomps because my teams are have not been great today. This was the best of the game so far. My 2 never fucking went off.
Enemy spotted.
Your right tower.
I imagine they'll get better, but hopefully I can actually grab some wins as well. I'm not here for wins, but I also don't want to end up on a losing streak either. That doesn't feel good.
Embrace my sanguine radiance.
Group up. Gank.
An enigma I become. Fury.
After all, down.
The midnight sun rises. Embrace my sanguine radiance.
Well, Cap should be dead.
Enemy has been slain.
An enigma I become. On my way.
Ultimate is down.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid.
As long as we don't let them sneak a fire,
Destroyed. Your left tower
should be okay. I'm just gonna keep scaling.
Vanish into the night. Into the night.
Once again, Honor just jumps me, and my Wheelix is right there with her ult up. I don't know what to say. I'm not. At this point, I should just play like I'm expecting him to jump me. But I'm also still playing as if my Wheelix is just going to ult it. Like, surely we just ult it, man. Why are we just letting him do that? I don't get it. It's insane to me. The thing is, he's not bad. Like, by any means. Which is why I'm expecting him to do it. But oh well. I mean, I can't fully blame him. I mean, I'm still just getting jumped by on her. And I don't really think I should be losing that trade. Realistically, I should. Just ult his knockup. Then I don't die from it. I play enough Capra to know what the fuck you're doing, buddy. Now I know Honor's gonna look for me because he knows my ult is down.
Vanishing to the night. The midnight sun rises. Time to make an impact.
Enemy has been slain.
Savor the moment. An enigma I become.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Ultimate is ready.
Enemies incoming.
App does have Sunder.
Embrace my sanguine radiance. Vanish into the night.
Your team has destroyed the fire team.
Enemy ultimate down.
Defend a gold fury.
Wow, I got the throwing potion, but not the actual healing itself. Unfortunate.
Time to make an impact. Get to work. Enemy missing.
Group up.
Enemy spotted. Savor the moment.
There's the spirit.
Enemy
Completed.
ultimate down.
Completed.
The midnight sun rises. Vanish into the night and make an impact.
There's now right.
Wash them away.
Savor the moment. An enigma I become.
I'm taking this shit.
Vanish into the night.
We're just not focusing the Phoenix or what? I feel like I should have created enough space for us there, but... Okay. My bad, I guess I also should just be hitting it.
An enigma I become. A mere trinket with such sweet promises.
Attack the gold fury. Attack the fire giant. It's time. Free your soul.
Embrace my sanguine radiance. Savor the moment. Attack the gold fury.
Save yourself. Attack middle lane.
Let's focus up. What do I need?
Okay.
Might be dreaming
Your left tower
if I think
is
I can get
under
this online in time before this game ends, but let's go for some Dreamer's Idol action.
Fire giant!
On my way. Be careful.
Your right tower is under attack.
Time to make an impact. Vanish into the night. Savor the moment.
I really want that buff.
An enigma I become.
On my way.
Enemy missing.
The main thing I'm just afraid of is getting impaled.
Ultimate is ready.
Vanish into the night. Okay. Oh, greetings, dear.
What about Baron go? Protect me. Protect me, Baron. But yeah, I mean that's right there is the main problem. If I get CC'd, I just don't have beats. And they're just sitting in bushes fucking everywhere. It's so annoying.
Save yourself. Save yourself.
It's kind of why I split off from my team and go by myself, because I need to know where they are. Otherwise, I just can't play the game. That's so unfortunate. I think we are just too split in general though in these fights.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower
An enigma I become.
What the fuck is that Hulu damage as well?
Into the night. Embrace my saving impact to the night.
I bid you
Your Titan
goodbye.
is under attack.
Okay.
I mean, it's so bad that we lost this game. But yeah, I mean, I suppose we... I don't even fucking know. This game was the freest shit I've ever seen.
Defeat.
You're playing Jing Wei, man. There's not even a bad matchup on the enemy team. Did he at least have crit? I mean, he did. I don't think there's anything wrong with the build. I think he probably should have delayed the Hydras, though. And make sure that he actually gets full crit. Then finish with Hydras. But that's kind of it. I don't really think this is bad by any means. Personally, I like just having the crit online first. I think not having Wind Demon on Jingwei feels kind of rough. You might as well go for it, because you're always critting anyway. Point being, he should just be like 2-shotting or 3-shotting people at this point in the game. But yeah, it just seemed like he just got one shot. I can't fully blame him for that though. Like, I also just got axed on one shot because I had to go Aegis this game. Hydras before Titans is a bit silly. Yeah, I mean, I would generally just... I feel like I just finish off the build in general with Hydras on Jingwei. Because the Hydras won't do anything for you if you don't do any damage. You gotta make sure you at least have some pretty good damage online before you get Hydras. I feel like I kind of want to ban the Afro, man. I don't want to deal with Afro. She's so boring to be against. I don't think she was the reason why they won that game, though. I'll just keep banning the asset. I am sad I just got one-shot by Uller, though. I think that fight turns if I don't insta-die there. But in terms of damage output, because our Jingwei wasn't really doing much, like we needed to have me for damage dealing. And I just fucked it up. Even if it was somewhat unpredictable, because there's so many bushes everywhere, and either Onher is gonna be in it, or Uller is gonna be in it, and I'm gonna get fucking impaled or axed. It just ended up them like being a game where they hunted me.
Select your god.
I kind of want to play Tsukuyomi, but into low-key Acne, that feels like such a bad idea. I want to play Tsukuyomi.
Tsukuyomi.
I can't play him enough because he's so bad in solo. It's like Aladdin. I would like to play them more in solo, but I'm just giving up my entire early game if I play these characters. Assuming I meet something that's actually good in solo. They did buff the aspect too, right? Not that I think I'm gonna try it, but I am tempted. Maybe I should have banned you, Moja. Oh, this game feels like it's gonna be so shit for me. Like, I have to go Aegis, because that's just the type of comp that they have. What do I actually build? I want to be, like, almost full int. But I think that hurts me early game. Yeah, I think it's a double stacking game, so at least I'll be there for late game in case I still fuck up early. I think inting will hurt you all game. It's okay, this is actually one of the biggest int characters in the entire game. As long as you get a good ult off, you've done your job. You can die after.
Minions have spawned.
These long ass cooldowns. What the fuck am I watching over there? Dude, what's happening, man? I just turned around and looking over there. What? Suppose I don't need to hit level 3. So, whatever.
Be careful left.
Where's the jungler? It is Loki. I haven't seen him. There he is.
Okay.
Was the NFL? It could be NA. Might be sniping because of Nika in the queue as well.
Enemy has been slain.
I want to rotate somewhere while I have my TP. There's usually like a few NA folks sniping here and there when Nika is playing.
Shingetsu, strike! Ultimate is ready. On my way. Rain shall wash them away. Enemy has been slain. Enemy missing middle. Be careful left. Out of me! Watch your step. Getsu, burn bright.
The tide calls.
This is enemy ultimate down. Ally has been slain. Oh, you move like a giant. Watch your step. Shingetsu, strike! Be careful. The rain shall wash them away. Getsu, burn bright. This won't miss. Watch your step. Shingetsu, strike! Enemy spotted. The battle is won. Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Really want it back so I can finish my stacking.
Enemy missing.
Alright, let's do it.
Enemy missing. This won't miss. The rain will crush this last. Fury. Enemy missing. Enemy ultimate down. Enemy has been slain.
Rod doesn't have... Oh, interesting. I mean, he is against a lot of shit, I suppose, but he doesn't actually have Aegis. That makes things easier for me.
This won't miss. Take this jump. Thanks.
just want it back.
Strike!
On my way.
Oh, you move like a jaguar.
Shingetsu! Strike!
Now I'm coming back. Just like that, I'm now in. No more movement speed or stunning from me.
Enemies have returned to base.
But that's okay, I just needed it for early game to stay safe. Yeah, getting kills when you don't want to fight. It's the dream.
Your middle tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Help! Left lane!
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
I even missed 2 shots, that was pretty bad. Fuck, I'm missing everything here, huh?
Enemy has been slain.
Attack.
Shingetsu! Strike!
Middle enemy tower.
Enemies in the right jungle.
That was unfavorable. Enemy spotted.
Okay.
That was enemy spotted.
The rain shall wash them away.
Give me the kill, Hyris.
How unpleasant.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No, 25 damage or 25 gold for that assist is terrible. So not worth it. That's so bad. I could have just ulted him, I guess. I just didn't want to waste my ult just for that. I don't think he would have given that much gold either way. Finally, a win.
Victory.
This guy's gotta go out. Hello, Jordan? I don't know, Wolfie. I'm not sure if it's a good idea in these queues to have a duo queue right now when there's a one guy like that. Alright, let's do it. Whatever. Get me in the queue, boy. I think we're taking a risk, though. How you been? Pretty good, for the most part. I went to Comic-Con last weekend. That was really fun. That was a first time. And I'm doing great today. It's been snowing all day. It's very nice and cozy. I like it. It's a little cold, but I'll take it. I don't even know who this Vulcan is. Because if he is NA, he is specifically sniping Nika only to try and trash talk him. That's so weird. Me didn't want to fight at Comic Con? No, not really. Like, there were a few celebrities and like actors and such, but that's not really why I was there. I was just kind of there for the atmosphere and potential like fun merch to buy. And I did buy some things. I can show them eventually on stream. But yeah, I bought like two swords and like some smaller things like magnets and other stuff that I kind of needed. A few birthday presents as well, actually. My little brother really likes Harry Potter, so I went for some Harry Potter merch. Stuff like that. I definitely want to do it again. Like, if Comic-Con shows up in my area, then yeah, I will definitely want to do it again. This was really close too. Just a few stops with a metro and I'm there. It was nice. Nice and close. Still fucking cold though.
Select your god.
Yeah, this guy is here now. It might be a dodge angle. I don't want to be the one to do it though while I'm streaming. But if I wasn't streaming, I would definitely just piece the fuck out of here. This feels like a waste of time. So he might not be NA. I don't know who it is then. If it's 8 PM for him, then he's not NA. Then it's probably just a rename. Oh yeah, our comp is really good. We don't have a mage. We don't have an ADC. We're certified cooked. Colors be lying. They could. I should have tried to trade him. I should have pinned him against Nika again. Just to see him get destroyed again. Fuck. I fucked up. I can only imagine the things he's gonna say to me if I get sold by Nika now. Do I just... I think I'll go Sunder. Sonda. You know what? I've really taken the queues for granted. For the most part, at least some of the games I've played... I guess there's been a troll here and there, but...
I'm sorry, Game Hunter. I dragged you into this.
Yeah, this sucks, man. It's fine. It's unavoidable anyway.
It's fine. We just do it for economy, I guess.
I mean, all my games today have been pretty shit, so... This is nothing new. It's just another one in the bucket of shit today.
Minions have spawned.
I wanted to ask him why he hates Nika, but...
I can tell you what happened last game. The guy was saying N-words and being toxic while losing to Nika. Couldn't shut up for a second.
I definitely am feeling it on someone like Odin, where the pots do not heal as much, because... Goddamn. These pots don't heal me for shit.
I mean, what's the point, bro?
Ally has been slain. Nice job. under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Prepare to be impaled!
Let's see how you handle this.
Your middle
Just
tower
back.
is under attack.
What do I even buy, man? I don't know. Do I go damage on Odin? Guess I'll just try to go full cooldown as usual.
Take this jungle buff.
I don't think I want to go pendulum.
Nice job.
This is going to hurt!
Cancel that.
Your middle
I do wonder
tower
what cooldown his
under
ult is compared to mine.
Your right tower is under attack.
A challenge!
He's got speed buff as well. Guys, behind you, please.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cap 1 HP, Thor 1 HP. Man, are we seriously just chasing this? I mean, if he does get this kill, that's fine as well, but, I mean,
Your right tower
brother.
is under attack.
Thor hammered, Cap no HP. That's so stupid that we're not just turning on that. Okay, that's probably the most tilting thing I've seen today. There's no way I should have... Well, even if I die, I suppose, we should just have gotten those kills. Not turning on Cap there feels like a fucking idiot move.
Retreat. On my way.
Sander on go.
Your right tower is under attack.
Suppose that's what I get for not going for his protection first. Now I just have a breastplate.
Enemy has been slain.
This is going
At least I can finish it now. Conch angle? Oh yeah, I keep forgetting. Well, I don't know why I say keep forgetting it. I've been fucking buying that on every character today, but that absolutely is. I guess I can still buy it. It's not like the item gets worse.
Your right tower is under attack.
Let's finish this first, and then we can get Conch. You're absolutely right. I don't know why I forgot about this. Too distracted by the situation, I guess. I mean, we have a good combo if we actually get late game. We just can't really do objectives. Must have got the kill at least, that's nice.
Enemy ultimate down.
The Pyro Bot has arrived. Enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
I don't know why Wolfie is trying to gank right when he clearly knows Loki isn't gonna help him. But if he gets a solo kill, that's cool. But I feel like we should just play around mid and solo in this game.
Ultimate is down.
Cap no beats, by the way.
Enemies in the right jungle. A mere misstep.
Your middle tower is under attack.
On my way.
He like a baby. An enemy has been slain. Fabuloso! Your right tower is under attack.
Going to hurt.
Fucking gift shield, man. God damn it. Didn't think that was actually gonna kill. Dude, and the slow on Silas too, I still think is so oppressive. That shit is wild. Cap does have a heal, but I don't know if that's enough to justify a brawler's pickup.
Enemy missing.
I think I'll go for more cooldown here and then go for like a shifters or something instead, because I do want some so just a little bit more damage. I feel like I'm doing no damage.
This is going to hurt. Enemy missing left.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Professor Redditasker, appreciate the raid.
Right. Bye.
Infernal flames, shield me.
Your left tower is under attack.
Tank tower, tank tower.
Ah, I got brooded.
And now too late.
Yeah, I think that's bad regardless. I shouldn't have jumped in.
Your left tower is under attack.
Cap beats. That was just bad. I went in too late, and realistically, I shouldn't even have gone in. I hesitated in originally as well because it was just not a good idea when they were all rotating in. We should have just turned in someone else. I need to stop chasing the fucking Scylla. Also, did Scylla just dash out of my ult without getting a spear on her? Because that's fucking weird if that had just happened. Like, she should have gotten speared, which should have slowed her, but I didn't see any of that. That's why I ulted in the first place. Not ideal, to say the least. Why are they all there? I don't get it. What is this game? Why are they all sitting around with their dicks out in front of Pyro? What the fuck?
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Ward here.
What else did they use? I think I saw Scylla ult as well, it just didn't hit me. Fuck this, I'm going back to my lane. I was so far ahead. Now he's ahead.
Tower's ulting.
Is this good? Dude, the stun, dude. Oh my god. The stun just in time so I don't hit my auto is fucked up. That's so fucked up. Oh well. What else could I maybe go for? Maybe I'll go shield at the Phoenix. I'm ability spamming quite a bit. But no, I think the item is so shit. Probably should go Antile. I think that would be the best option. Probably.
Enemies in right game.
On my way.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
Too loud.
No rollout. Ruler's here.
Of course, they just all come from behind, then my flank is fucking useless. Didn't look like they spotted me at all, so...
Bye bye now.
Hi.
I don't want to just all back here on a ward. Fuck that. Don't want them to sneak fire. Not that they really have a comp to sneak fire either. We're kind of lucky that they didn't pick like a crit ADC or something as well, and it's an Uller, so it's just essentially an assassin, ranged assassin. None of us have a very high objective damage at all.
Your middle tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away.
I have Sunder, which should fire.
Our damage kinda sucks, no?
No, it's not that bad. We have 2 assassins.
On my way.
And just stack with me, I have the attack speed buff. Did Loki actually get them? I should have checked. Might be an ass, but I'm still playing to win.
This tiny thing is of use to me. Nor will I take it. There is no hope.
tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Attack right lane!
Attack right lane.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy spotted.
Your middle tower is under attack. Destroy the right enemy tower.
Well, that's unfortunate.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Never forget.
I have so much gold.
Retreat!
Don't think they can get anything for it, but still. Just delaying his backs a bit. Yeah, maybe we could have. I might have should have been able to stay with you. I just didn't have any CDs.
Your left tower is under attack.
Fuck it. Let's go Nemean. There's a lot of shit fucking being thrown at me. Let's just make sure. That I get some damage back.
Your left tower is under attack.
There is a gigantic fucking wave left.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Careful
Enemies
middle!
in middle lane.
The Pyromancer has arrived.
I'm buying wards, guys. Be careful. Actually, I can't type bomb. Someone else needs to.
going to hurt. Enemies incoming left.
I need to reset.
It's 1-for-1 at least. Not the end of the world.
Better be worth the effort.
Ally has been slain.
Oh, I don't know what we've just done, but it's pretty tragic.
I guess we're on their back camps to be fair.
Prepare to be impaled.
I have bomb and sunder for this. We shouldn't give up the free.
Are they doing it?
Not at the moment. Can you come towards us?
Not really.
Thought you could just jump to the left instead of the right, but that's fine, I guess.
This is going to hurt.
Your right tower is under attack.
Did they use anything?
Thor ult only.
Let's go ult.
Your right tower.
That's fine, my ult should be much lower cooldown. I really don't want to give them the mid thing away though. We need it to push.
You move like a jaguar. Your right tower is under attack.
Just fall back if you can. I'm not there.
Completed. Oh, that's too bad.
Ally has been slain.
Tragic. No buff, but... I mean, are they on fire? Guys, they're on fire. I thought one of you were checking it. I still have bomb and sunder up for this.
You
Man, all we had to do was fucking check it. That's so annoying. There's no way we should lose that. They don't even have a bomb. Well, maybe they did, but... That's so unfortunate. Like, they're both around it. I would fucking expect them, one of them to check. Why do I have to be the one checking when I'm in mid? Yeah, good thing we got the fucking mid beacon, because otherwise they would have just been pushing like shit right now. Get bolt down.
There is no hope. Enemy missing.
Just don't get caught, guys. Don't be out of position. Run for your life.
Enemy ultimate down.
Oh my god.
Infernal flames, shield base is
Why are they up there, man?
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Now it's definitely lost. We had a chance. But people just walking in and dying twice in a row. Like, come on, guys. Oh, thanks.
Okay. Yes.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
It's fine, we'll get one more chance. But like, can we just group instead? If Loki says he's gonna split push, don't walk up in mid.
prepare to be impaled.
I've definitely reached a point as well where I'm just borderline useless in terms of damage output. I'm just kind of there for the ring and to help out my team, but I cannot kill anyone by myself on their team. They just have too much mobility. Every single one can get out of my ring so easily. Outside of Gep, but yeah, I mean... fucking hell, am I not going for the Gep?
Infernal flames, shield me. This is going to hurt.
Let's actually just sentry this. Why are you guys winning with Loki ADC? Because they have Uller, I guess. Uller ADC. So they don't really have an ADC either in that. He obviously is, but, you know, he functions more like a ranged assassin than an ADC. And to be honest, I think once you reach this point, it doesn't matter what you have on your team as long as you can kill. How we're winning without a mage and an ADC, though, that's my big question. Don't have bomb anymore, though, for this.
Kill her.
Destroyed the pyromancer.
Cab roll down.
Has been slain.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Okay. Oh, he should be dead now. I have bomb. Just stop hitting it at 1k, please.
Need healing. The enemy team has destroyed the fire.
They actually stole it too. I thought we were gonna burst it down, but then we swapped target. That's a fuck up on my part, I will say that. I also maybe should have looked at it with Sunder, but I'll still say this is successful for us. Our Phoenix is back up. We don't wipe them. I think the only one who has fire is Uller. I did panic a bit towards the end of that. That is on me. I also shouldn't have chased the Scylla. I thought I could just finish him off, but that slow is so hard for me to get through. And if I ever jump, she has the easiest route on me.
Attack the Gold Fury! This is going to hurt!
It's crazy how even the gold is, though. I will say that. Have we fucked up a lot this game? Absolutely, but the fact that this game is 44 minutes in and completely even in gold is pretty crazy to me.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Until that gold, anyway.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Attack rightly.
On my way.
Good luck, Fiddle.
There's literally nothing for us to do until we get fire back up, though. This is kind of awkward. Left is going to be pushing with a huge wave as well.
Ward here.
Trying to push a Phoenix, though, without a ranged character is gonna be fucking difficult. We don't even have a mage with, like, Polly or something. We just don't have any ranged characters on our team. I guess I didn't think about that. One thing is not having an ADC, or a mage for that matter, but not having any ranged character is something. I think we just got objectives, boys. We gotta wait for the next fire.
team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Can you buy actually? Question, guys. Does anyone know this?
Yes.
Can I have one of each 3k pot? Because that's pretty good for hybrid characters. I suppose I can check. Should be able to grab another 3k pot. And it's not like it's gonna hurt me if I go for int. It just means my shield's gonna be bigger. Let's see. Yeah, okay, you can. I mean, I would say that is a pretty big deal, actually, because some characters don't have hybrid scaling. Some characters do. And so having double pot like that is quite an advantage.
I'll attack right lane. Be careful. Enemy spotted. Be careful. I'll attack right lane.
Okay.
I think it's fine if we split, but can we at least ward fire? I don't have any wards.
Enemy ultimate down.
Okay.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So
It's fine, just keep pushing, right?
Still, I guess.
That's
All
so
their
unfortunate.
beats.
They might all be coming to you, right?
Right. Enemies have returned to base.
Can you guys maybe 2-man gold or something? Try it, maybe? As long as I have my bomb and my sunder, I should be able to defend fire.
Is there even a point in doing gold?
For the Phoenixes, yeah.
Your team has destroyed the
They started fire.
Fury.
I'm just gonna get right Phoenix, I guess.
Yeah, I'm just dead. Just get Phoenixes, I guess.
The pyromancer has arrived.
Like, I don't know why I'm alone on this, though. I kinda needed someone else to be with me.
Enemies have returned to base.
Your team has destroyed a right.
Dude, this game is so stupid. Like, I do not know why Loki was on red as well. Wards or not, don't be on their red. It's pretty much that simple. You can probably guess that they're gonna be around. I ended up wasting like my fucking Oracle thing to just see if we can save his ass. And now we're just all inting. I mean, I don't know about this, boys. I feel like you guys could be easily defended. I don't think you can do that anymore. Like, why? Why? What's with his solo plays? It's a 3v5. You easily defend it. You could have defended till I get back up. Because I'm back up now, but it's too late now. Well, how could you not defend if they're under the Titan? Granted, the Titan is made of paper, so... Yeah, that was certainly a game. Generally, I think this would have been fine if we just had a 5th player, really. Even on Loki, it's completely fine, but I don't know what he's doing. Like, he's a late game one-shot character that isn't doing anything. He just gets stunned and one-shot himself. He never really played with the team, but I mean, he did say he was gonna troll, so that part was expected. I fucking wish I was playing Loki that late into any game. Like, fucking hell. The fact that Scylla was ever alive in these team fights was a fucking surprise if you have a Loki. Dodgy open. What do I play into it? Because I'm assuming that's going to be Nika on it in solo. Yeah, 50 minutes out the window. Pretty much, because it wasn't even a fun game. I'll take a 50-minute banger if it's a really fun game. But that was not the case. Thinkage. I need to play something safe into dodgy. I haven't played Chuck recently. I could do a Chuck game. I'll do a Chuck game.
I shall be their end.
Shark.
Wait, I don't have any of these? What the fuck? Whatever, I'm using this one then. I was in another stream, got 3 minutes of ads. Refused to go back. So now I'm here. Fair enough. Understandable. They have a strange comp. Guan Yu and Nuwa on the same team is pretty funny. I want to go beats because of dodgy, but not having blink is kind of gonna suck for me. Surely Chalk is a conch character. There's no way he's not. I refuse.
A necessary investment.
Granted, maybe not the best early, so let's just do this instead.
Shush. Shush.
Fantastic.
Shush. Shush.
Attack.
Silence.
Shush.
Attack.
Shush.
Silence. Oh my god, with the pinging.
Please.
You're giving me a headache, shut the fuck up.
You bunch of jamooks. Minions have spawned.
The blinker. Oh yeah, my clear's ass at level 1, isn't it? He's gonna have better clear than me.
Swallow you.
Oh my god. Chuck, you were so good early in Smite 1. Oh, she one-shot those. That's cool.
May the night swallow you whole.
Suppose that makes sense with the added bleeding.
You are in my grasp. Attack the minions. Grasp. May the night swallow you.
No, he followed it. I guess I'm dead. What the fuck? I didn't know they worked that way.
On my way.
Interesting.
May the night.
He's trying to fucking use that as a movement to get away. I just put myself further in.
I need the jungle buff.
I don't know why I always thought it was a teleport to the location at the time instead of just teleporting to the person itself.
Enemy missing. Good luck, pal.
Good to know, I guess.
Swallow you whole.
Enemy has been slain.
Swallow you whole. You are in my grasp. May the night swallow you whole.
I'll take one rock. Thank you very much.
Out of mana. You are in my grasp.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Okay.
Cancel that.
On my way.
Missing the maze. Swallow you whole. Ultimate is down.
Enemies have returned to base.
Help me!
Help!
Are in my grasp.
Help me!
Ultimate is ready.
May the night swallow you whole.
How much do I need for this? 15? I can probably stay around for that.
The rain shall wash them away.
Probably.
Good luck with him.
Help!
I'm too low, sorry.
You will know what.
Are in my grasp. May the night
The cool thing about Daji as well now is that she can TP to her wards. When I played casual yesterday, that was my first thought as well. Keep the normal ward, so you always have an escape option even though there's nothing near you can TP to. That actually feels pretty nice. I do think that's a cool change.
I'm the boss of
I like it.
bosses.
Yeah, you can Daji 3 to wards now. It should have been a thing. I wanted them to do it for the longest time.
Ultimate is down.
I have nothing.
I was kind of hoping my team was able to actually come, but I guess they're fighting somewhere else. Can we play around left at all? Like sometimes? Just a little bit.
Okay.
Dodgy ult though. Either way, this will be a fun experience just to see Dodgy in play. This is quite literally the first time I'm against this character in ranked. So I'll probably have fun either way. Unless she one-shots me eventually, but I feel like he's gonna go tanky. We'll see though.
Your left tower.
I'll attack middle lane.
Enemy ultimate
Cancel that.
down.
This doesn't look good. But I'll rotate. And I couldn't blink, so that was pretty awkward. I want to surrender. It's not fun anymore. I want to go out.
Attack.
Oh, they hit like a baby. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
You bunch of jamooks.
I can't contest rocks.
Why not?
Because I do nothing every game.
I don't know, I think we could. I'm Chuck, like, we can fight. Susanna was also pretty weak early.
Your left tower.
And I mean, we just inevitably lose anyway if we just give them all the rocks anyway. Still think we have a good, like, good combo. I don't really think we couldn't have contested at all. Like, it's not like they had particularly good early game either. I am fucking up though. I'm limit testing to see how much damage she's actually doing to me. I should stop ulting before she ults. Susanna was left.
Your right right tower is under attack.
I'm playing pretty sloppy this game.
Yes.
I'm just
Attack.
wasting abilities on nothing. This new Dajjal needs to get nuked. It is pretty good.
Enemies
I think it's better now than it was before, I'm not even gonna lie to you. People are wired. I've seen some people complaining that they think the other version is stronger. I really don't think so. I think this one is really OP.
Enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing. Enemy missing.
Okay. Okay. Bye.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Maybe
is
the
under
rocks are
attack.
still up. Might be too late now though. Okay, be quiet, Donzo.
You bunch of jamooks.
Swallow you.
No. Yes. A fellow shinobi, I see.
Luffy, you're actually a fucking weirdo. Yeah, so you know it.
May the night swallow you.
Ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. The pyromancer has
May the night swallow you whole. Death's cradle. May the night swallow you whole.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Grasp.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
May the night swallow you whole.
I mean, what are we doing now though?
I
Why
don't
is
know,
my-
he's strong.
I mean, why are you in right? He's here because
Me?
you're in his lane.
Tower is under attack.
No, I went away. And he just did all the jungle and all that.
It's good that Daji was shut down. I'm still not getting any fucking farm though.
All souls must answer my call. The sound
Hello,
of its
Druidser.
screams still echo in the void.
Come to me, Capri.
Or small, all souls must answer my call.
Or just run away, that's also fine. Whatever.
On my
He dashed.
Right tower is under attack.
We really ulted the other fucking way? Why didn't we ult the Susano? He was right next to you. Instead of the Nova, who's 2 levels down. I'm so surprised. What the fuck? It's Fairly, by the way. I recognize the voice instantly, but it's just Fairly.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyro.
Like, what the fuck, bro? Are you kidding me? You were right next to him. I even ulted him. Jesus Christ, man. We guess we're just trolling then?
Why, aren't you a stand-up guy?
Fairly, why didn't you just ult this Sana?
Be right back.
Dodge your ult down.
Attack! Chase the enemy!
Enemy has been slain. Swallow you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Susanna didn't right, guys. Susanna ult down.
Just Guan Yu stampede down, we can't chase them. Guan Yu's just fucking here for some reason.
Your middle tower is under attack.
It's fine, just got ult. Well, I was gonna go damage, but it's probably a mistake that I'm going damage here. I was just gonna chase to see if I could get something lucky, but... I also did give her ammo by going for a healer character. So Brawler is just so powerful here. But I just fucked up early. I shouldn't have fought. How has Fail not been permabanned yet? I mean, because Pirates don't ban people, I guess. But Fail is also fine when he tries. But Fail just tilts very easily. But I mean, there's a lot of people like that. It's not like he's the only one. I do wish he would stop taking my farm though. Can you not take my farm though? I kinda need some farm here. Just because someone is trolling you doesn't mean you have to troll me.
Well, I'm not trolling him.
Good luck, pal.
Well, in his eyes you are, and that's my point. For some reason he's trolling me now.
Pyromancer has arrived.
I just did one purple buff when he was 2 levels up.
Yeah, well I'm fucking behind because of all this shit.
The rain shall wash them away.
Like, don't you ranked if you get tilted so easily, man. Magnetus. We're not fighting that, I guess. Just get me out if Failure just want to play the game. Hello Bushy, good to see you. I don't even want to surrender this. I think it's very winnable. But it's interesting. I'll just never really understand like why people tilt. It's hard for no reason. And then they start trolling someone who had nothing to do with what they were originally annoyed about. That's the part that doesn't make sense to me.
Very strong.
Is you back on Twitch? I mean, I was here. I never left, except for the 2 weeks when my internet was fucking up.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy has been slain.
Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
Brilliant. Enemies in left lane.
Today has just been everything but normal. It's been so weird today.
What's new?
Double kill. Oh, Zulu Black.
Your middle tower. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
Nothing more.
Didn't realize they were all out of the lamp already.
Your middle phoenix is under attack. Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
I'm also just building some stupid shit now. Like I'm kind of just tilted in this game.
You are in my grasp.
Your left tower is under attack.
Well, that's too bad, Sonny. Why aren't you a stand-up guy?
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
May the night swallow you whole.
What do you do now? You work? No, not at the moment. Or in general. I don't work. I'm just chilling.
You are in my grasp.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
And streaming when I have nothing else to do.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Your right tower is under attack.
Appreciate the sub though, Bushy. I don't need it, but I do appreciate it. I still have a steady income.
Your right phoenix is under attack.
Fabuloso.
Your right phoenix is under attack. Your right phoenix has been destroyed.
They hit like a baby.
Your titan is under attack.
I think we just surrender this one. I feel we could have won if people just didn't start randomly trolling or whatever the fuck happened this game. I definitely fucked up in my lane, I have no excuses on that. I wasn't too sure what happened or how much damage she was doing, so I was kind of testing into this dodgy, but...
Defeat.
I'll probably do one more game. Like, today has been pretty exhausting. Yeah, sure, Bushy. We'll see. As long as it's not today, it should be okay. My mental is gone today. Well, get this shit off my screen. Where am I now? It's gotta be like 5.1 or something after today. That's exactly what it is. No, that's 300 SR loss today. My mental just went, like, it just went out the fucking window after all the games today. Okay, and I don't get solo? That's wild. Fuck it, I guess. Maybe it is time just to play jungle. So I can feed in a different role. I'll ban a set. Does mean Dachi is gonna be open again. But that's not my problem this time around. Hype train? After one sub? That sounds like a scam. Don't do it, guys. Don't fall for it. Don't fall for the scam train. The fuck? What jungler should I even play?
Select your god.
Maybe I just play stun bots. Keep it simple. Fenrir? No. Hell no, not into their comp. That sounds not great. Well, it's fine to Shablanc, I guess, but she cripples. That's Moja. I'll do stun bots. Try Seth and build. I just don't like playing Fenrir. I think he's boring. I'm sorry, guys. I think he's so boring. Every Fenrir game I've played ever has always been really boring. I still think Fenrir is decent, but it requires a little bit of a different playstyle because he obviously has, excuse me, an ultimate where he needs someone to follow up on it. In some cases, not every case, but. I feel like I need beads. I definitely need beats this game. But I'm also just kind of past giving a shit about it. Fuck it. Just need to play more safe. Pick my fights.
Minions have spawned.
Silence these trespassers.
Yeah, their combo is really annoying. There are a lot of beats forcing, but what can you do?
Never forget. Thanks. Silence these trespassers. Feel the pain. Never forget.
Creeps fucking followed me. That's so annoying, man. I did fuck that up.
Is under attack.
I was trying to predict where he jumped, but that was kind of unavoidable.
Never forget.
Still, Giannis did get the first blood, so I'll still take it.
under attack.
Enemy spotted. Ward here.
I went back to mid. It's getting beats left and right.
My vengeance. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. You are simply a step to my vengeance.
Your right tower
Unfortunate.
is under attack.
Really sucks he didn't die for that. So Pinga wasn't gonna get invaded, because I just had to get some kind of XP there. In the rocks.
Never forget.
The rain shall wash them away.
And we're also okay.
You move well.
Silence these trespassers with pain. On my way.
God damn, I feel so zoned out. This has to be my last game.
Never forget.
Follow me.
On my way.
Your middle tower is under attack.
He might as well.
This beats.
You move well.
Never forget.
Be right back.
Ruler is kinda too big for me to gank at this point.
Silence these trespassers.
At least without my ult.
An unfortunate misstep.
Never forget.
Ally has been slain. Your left tower is
Do not be in vain.
Merc isn't left.
Ultimate is down. You are simply a step to my vengeance.
Ruler is here as well, Janos. I think we just got out.
Your left tower is under attack.
An unfortunate misstep. Until next time.
Like, chasing that kill just isn't worth it, man. Like, we just need to fucking get the farm. And get the fuck out.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle. Be careful, right.
Enemy has been slain.
Vengeance.
Be right back.
Let's fucking buff so I can move faster. Goddamn.
way.
Cooler beats.
Enemy has been slain.
Protection, guide me. Silence these trespassers.
It's actually a gigantic kill, so I can maybe catch up and farm on Merc here. It really does suck that I can't really gank Uller very easily, but maybe I can take advantage of it now that he doesn't the beats. Oh my kill. Oh well. Getting some things, not too shabby.
Unfortunate mistake. Enemy ultimate down.
I am sorry. Ultimate is ready.
There's wars.
I'll just go somewhere else then. Actually, I'm flanking. Purple is up, or my Murg is here.
The rain shall wash them away.
Ah, so greedy, bro. I really wanted to blink in. Oh, my greed. It's uncontrollable sometimes. I feel like literally every time I ult someone I get beats. Which is obviously a good thing. But at the same time, it means they've never fucking fully CC'd. Shit's so annoying.
Your team has destroyed a lion.
Enemies incoming.
Never forget. Enemy spotted.
Merc's behind us.
Has arrived.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy spotted.
Defend right lane.
Never forget.
What to do? I guess I'll get an early thing here. Oh man, they're so low.
these trespassers.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Never forget.
Your left tower.
Ancestor's name.
It's so stupid. What the fuck are we doing, man?
Never forget.
Fucking running from Merc.
Enemy missing.
Enemies in the right way.
Ultimate is down. Silence these trespassers. Vengeance. Retreat now. Protect me.
My ult was up, that would have been so huge. Merc beats again. I feel like every time I go on someone, they always have beats.
Enemies at the gold quarry.
I don't have Thunder.
She's really low though, maybe you can show presence.
Gank. Defend.
On my way.
Defend. On my way. On my way.
On my way.
Like, they should not be bad for us.
Your middle tower
They're so
is
low.
under
For no reason.
Everybody's here, walking this way. Fuller's here too.
I'm slowly getting there.
Wash them away.
Make merry.
Oh, he's the wrong team, I am sorry.
Dodgy beats. Shit's fucked up.
Everybody's here.
Yeah, sorry man. No! Yeah, he's 1 HP. That's so fucked up, man.
Yeah, we definitely did not have to dive that.
I would have been okay if Shablanka didn't show up right there. I also did think I could do just a slice, just a little bit more damage than I did. It's not ideal.
Your left tower is under
Enemy
attack.
spotted.
Never forget.
Your left tower is under attack. Move like a jaguar.
Enemy spotted. Silence these trespassers.
I'll attack left lane. Retreat.
No.
It's literally no farm for me to take here.
A new threshold. On my
Trying to get to.
way.
We're here, we're here.
Your
We
right
can
Yeah,
chase
we can slow
it.
chase.
under attack.
Can we do gold, maybe?
Yeah, we just have to make sure they're sneaking fire. I guess we'll see them though.
Vital.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Never forget.
Feel pain.
Enemy missing. Defend the fire
Your
giant.
team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
These trespassers.
I'll gank middle lane. Ultimate incoming.
Enemy has been slain.
Silence these trespassers.
Vai, rotate, estamos igual.
Start your ult down.
Never forget. Pain. Silence these trespassers.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Never forget.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Silence these trespassers.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Never forget.
Your left tower
I'll
is
defend
under
left
attack.
lane. No worries. Careful middle. Enemies incoming middle lane.
Silence these trespassers.
Merc ult down.
Curses.
Middle tower is under attack.
Enemies in left lane. I'll defend
On
left lane.
my way.
Sure, kill is so annoying. Like, it just stops me from being able to chase in that situation there.
Enemy missing. Vengeance. More of the silence these trespassers.
Careful right. Enemy missing left.
On my way!
Never forget. Pain.
I definitely need to smorg them a lot more when I know that they don't have beats. Let's get Titan's Bane here.
Enemies in the right way!
Retreat middle lane.
On my way.
I might be dead in mid.
Please.
Another great hunt!
Your right tower is under attack.
Silence these trespassers. The way.
Of course, Uller beats. I don't know, they always have beats, man. There's no case where they don't have beats for me. It's so annoying.
The fire giant! Enemies at the fire giant!
It's 6k, 5k, 4k, 3k. That's so close too. It's actually fucked up that he didn't get that. Well, and now the game's just lost. I don't know what they were doing in mids, but we just had Sylvanas and Honor getting caught.
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramid. Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed.
I just can't see anything. Dodgy ult down.
Your middle phoenix has been destroyed.
The biggest counter to me here is just the dodgy ult. No matter what, I cannot get out of it.
Your Titan is under attack.
Never forget. Ward here.
So happy they have free wards as well, so it's just fucking impossible to get any decent ganks off at this stage.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Never forget. Feel pain.
Save yourself.
Close.
Enemy ultimate incoming!
The Pyromancer has arrived. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
On my way. Defend right lane.
On my way. Ultimate is down.
Oh my god. Oh my god, dude. I wasn't even going to go in on that fucking Janus portal. I was just trying to peek so that I could go in and blink. That Janus portal fucked both me and him at the same time. Insane.
Your left tower is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
Don't think they can end at least, but... No, the auto... Oh my god. Oh my god.
Your Titan is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
just done as well. Of course it was. Honestly, the worst part about being behind as a jungler is that you're never getting your speed ever again.
Never forget.
Defend the fire giant. We need wards.
Silence these trespassers. Your skin.
Enemy ultimate down.
On my way.
Enemy has been slain.
Okay.
I'll attack right lane.
Okay.
Yes. Please. Yes.
Goodbye.
Like, I don't know why we can't just build normal either. Why? Surely we just build normal as a normal ADC? Like, what are we doing? He does no damage. We can't kill literally anyone. We don't have any damage.
Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. Titan is under attack.
I might play some more later on my own, but I'm definitely out of this queue for now. And I just gotta go relax, I think. This has to have been arguably the worst session I've had in Smite 2. Just in terms of how unenjoyable the games have been. Every single game has had someone who clearly isn't trying to win the game.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Then, like, it's just not fun. Doesn't matter what role I play, I guess, either.
Thunderbolts of lightning. Very, very scary.
Your Titan is under attack.
Like, building like this, if you're ahead, I think makes sense.
Defeat.
Because I don't think it's bad. He has a lot of power in this build. But from behind, you're literally just not going to do any damage. Do I do one more? I just want one satisfying game to end on, bro. And it could happen in this queue. Wouldn't be impossible. Okay, I'll do one more, but I need to be back real fast. Yeah, be back. Alright, I'm back. Thank you for the raid, Woofy. Appreciate it. Yeah, we'll have to try some other time. Today the queue has just been so cursed. It doesn't matter what I do. Like, every game I've had just someone who clearly isn't trying to win the game. Like, every single game. Obviously, except for this one, which was just like a quick stomp. This one was a throw, I suppose, but again, like, that's... This guy has been destroying people on the enemy team, but on my team he went a Wheelix and died 15 times. So I don't even blame the players, necessarily. I just... It just seems like on my team, they just don't want it as much. So, I don't fucking know, man. It's cooked today. I started here. I have lost 7 games and won 1. I'm pretty sure I'm just back to 5. I guess, yeah, I've lost 400 SR. Same history like me, yeah. I'll try one more time. My mental is gone anyway. I have time for one more. It doesn't fill me with a whole lot of... what's it called? Like a whole lot of... I don't fucking know. It doesn't look good if the queue is this long, though. Where's the insta queue at? Saying good. My Castrol is just him. It's too clean for everyone. I mean, I would prefer if he also did that on my team, though. But no. On my team, it's a Wheelix. That was a choice. To dive like that, when you're not only... I suppose that's the choice, actually. It's because he was 2 levels down, he went for a desperate play. Suppose I can see that. Otherwise, it's not really a great dive. Well, what do we got? I like how I'm just going further and further down. Now I'm 4th pick. And it's starting great. The team morale is high in this one. I didn't even know what to ban. I was pressing a set anyway, but that's the only thing that was banned anyway, so whatever. It's just one of those days, huh? What do I even pick? I don't even care anymore. What do I actually feel like playing? I don't really feel like playing a tank. Hello, Necturo.
Select your god.
Could do Apollo. I haven't actually played that much Apollo recently. I'm not sure. I'll do some Apollo actually. Fuck it. What could go wrong? I could do non-aspect too. Suppose I'll see what the rest of their picks are to determine that. Okay, so it's Sylvanas solo. Yeah. I think I have to go non-aspect then. Because if I don't have any damage into a Sylvanas, I'm probably just gonna get shit on with his low cooldowns. I won't be able to damage him because he heals too much, and he's gonna perma CC me if he's going for the like full cooldown build. I will just scale on the Apollo then. It'll be fine. I could still go Warrior's X though. I might even have to. Yeah, fuck it.
I'll take one of those.
Is he aspect? He is aspect. So it's just ADC versus ADC.
No problem. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Minions have spawned.
Curses. No problem. Curses.
I should have gone Death Toll. What the fuck was I thinking? That shit's gonna be so fucking annoying when he has agility relic.
Simply magical.
Appropriate button to press.
Also, do I just go crit this game? I think I might go crit and just play more like an assassin in this one.
Simply magical.
Very well done indeed, sir.
Your left tower.
That might have to be the play.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemy missing middle.
Simply magical.
Hello.
Help!
Thanks.
Simply magical.
Very well done indeed, sir.
Hey. Your left tower is under attack. The rain shall wash them away. Slay.
Bye, old.
Right.
Enemy spotted. Completed.
Enemy missing left.
That's too bad. Hello. Retreat. Curses.
Your right tower is under attack.
Yank.
Surely we get him. He's so out of position.
Enemy has been
Step up
slain.
to the plate.
The rain shall wash them away. Your middle tower is under attack. Enemy has been slain.
Out of mana.
Curse you!
Huzzah!
They do have some rough characters for me to deal with, potentially, actually. Yeah, no, I don't want to. I want to crit. Whatever. I'm doing a crit build. Don't mind me, I'm just thinking.
Ultimate is ready.
Your left tower is
Enemy
under
missing
attack.
left.
This sucks. I picked a character that I was expecting something different when you picked that Sylvanas. I was expecting a full cooldown, non-aspect Sylvanas, and now I've just picked something where it's impossible for me to box him. Because Paul is a shitty boxer.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm so absolutely getting cooked here.
On my way.
Ultimate is down.
Your last tower is under Your left tower is under attack.
Well, if it wasn't fit before, fucking is now.
Your right tower is under attack.
I fucking hate the agility relic.
Is under attack.
Yes.
Defend middle lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
It's
Your
a
right
fed as
tower
fuck
has
agility
been
relic.
destroyed.
Sylvanas. It wasn't even a bad rotation from on her either, but the agility relic just makes it so hard for us to fight him.
Enemy missing left.
Enemy has been slain. The rain shall wash them away.
Your team
Jeez,
has destroyed
3
a
levels
right
higher than me
team
after this. Definitely saying goodbye to my tower here, I would imagine.
Your left tower is under attack.
Unless it just doesn't push. I'll take it. I kinda need my tower right now to farm safely.
Enemy missing left.
Be right back.
Attack the gold fury. Ha ha ha!
Simply magical.
Enemies in left lane.
Is that?
Enemies
Oh, that's
behind
mid.
us. Enemies
Okay.
behind
Ultimate
us.
is down.
Enemy has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your middle tower is under attack. The Pyromancer has arrived.
Okay. I mean, if I get him, I think that's good.
Left tower is under attack.
That's unfortunate.
Your middle tower is under attack. Got a mana. middle tower is under attack.
Now I just gotta in for rage stacks, and it'll be worth it in the end.
Enemy spotted.
Man, do I regret going warriors.
Enemies at the fire giant. I'll defend.
Ultimate is
Enemy
ready.
spotted. Okay, cancel that.
Bye.
They hit like a baby.
If only my ult was up.
Hasta la vista, amigo.
Enemy spotted.
Okay, enemies at the
Enemies
fire
at the
giant.
fire giant.
Yes.
Enemies behind us.
Such a sad state of affairs.
Enemy spotted.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Attack.
Ally has been slain.
Your left tower is under attack.
There's no I in team.
Wash them away.
Your left tower is under attack. Your left tower has been destroyed.
An enemy has been slain.
Your right tower is under attack.
I'll take this, man. If we can get some kills. For me just leaving my lane, I'll fucking take it.
Is under attack.
Like, this lane is absolutely cooked anyway. Eventually we'll reach a point where we can actually just insta-give this supposedly
Middle tower is
full
under
damage
attack.
Sylvanas, and then it'll be okay.
Spotted. Sure. Enemy missing left. Be careful.
Okay. Very well done indeed, sir. Ultimate is down.
Enemies at the Gold Fury.
Enemies behind us.
Your team has destroyed a left. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Enemies
Your
behind
middle
us.
tower is under attack.
Ultimate is ready. Ultimate is ready.
Move like a jaguar. Thunderstruck.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Enemies behind us.
Oh, very strong. Oh, you move like a jaguar. They hit like a baby.
Enemies behind us.
Double kill.
Not sure how my team won that so flawlessly, but good job. Like, we're so back. What's this Giga Chat gameplay? You don't want to know what's been happening today, man. I'm just not in the mood. Don't want to talk about it. Let's get Lonely Bow now. That's kind of a part of the one-shot. Dude, just like that, I have fully stacked rage. W rage pickup, actually.
Has been slain.
Destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Of all the games today, how is this the one that's supposedly going to be a win?
Enemy Phoenix.
Completed. Okay. Attack. Okay.
I mean, I don't think the call was that, but now it is. That's fucking fucked up.
Triple kill. Ooh.
Okay.
Oh, you move like a jaguar. Ooh.
Okay.
Okay.
Curses. Okay.
How did I get there so fast?
Enemies at the fire giant.
Enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Attack.
Ultimate is down. Retreat.
On my way.
Retreat. Retreat.
Vista, amigo.
Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
Behind us.
I just need farm. Like, my lane is being pushed.
That's too bad.
Enemies at the gold fury.
Oh. There was 1 HP somewhere. Superhuman ult. I think it was a good pushback. I don't think I should have pushed him back in. I also completely forgot which button my Universe was on.
Fabuloso.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack.
Slain an enemy. Ooh.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
The rain shall wash them away.
Attack!
I didn't even get my Aegis off. His basic attack just fucked me up. I was waiting for his ult. Suppose it's fine saving it. They might be able to end. I think today would be very fitting. Yeah, okay. It's very fitting that it ends on this game today. I just don't want to play anymore.
Victory.
Today has been an absolute fucking chaotic mess of games. And the fact that it ends on this one, of all things, and is a win, is fucking mind-blowing to me. Fucking hell. Alright, thanks guys, I appreciate you stopping by as usual. I'm fucking out, and I'm not streaming tomorrow, okay? I don't fucking want to. I don't want to play this game. Should we make graphic settings? Sure. Yeah, I mean, I guess, which one do I want to see? It's just on performance, I guess. It's just, some of the things on the high, like Shadow is a bit lower because they're very heavy reflections as well. Stuff like that. And then down here I have it on performance and DLSS. But yeah, thanks guys, appreciate it. Yeah, I'll see you next time. Bye.